Hi, this is Chris with Bradenton PC Repair. Just returning your call. Good.
I'm just calling because my parents live in Bradenton and they're having an issue with their computer. I guess the power went out and it wouldn't let me drive or access the software.
Okay.
I tried to like FaceTime and go through it, but the answer wasn't like that clear as it went to.
Mm-hmm.
So figured to try to get that fixed for me.
Okay. Yeah, I could get out there next Monday,
What Monday are we talking about?
the 14th,
Okay.
and it would be between 1 and 3.
Okay. Perfect.
And if you want to, if you want to verify with them that that's going to work, and then call me back, I'll be here all day.
We can get it scheduled and then I know that we're gonna get it
Okay.
fixed.
What are their names?
Is it is it under Empleman, last name is Chin, Chin, and the address is 130 Circle, written Circle, Cerdin, Circle. That's Bradenton, Florida 303. Is it 443 or 442?
That's fine. It's 34212.
Yeah, 34212.
And what's the phone number?
Someone will be right with you.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of it. Give me one second. Sorry about that, sir. I was reading the email that was sent out. Phone number is, let's see here. I'll give you their landline if it's best to reach them. It's 911-567-4658.
Hey, hold on a second. Is this? I need. I just need to verify where this is. Is this out in like near Panther Ridge?
It's not that further. It's closer to Lakewood Ranch, Florida.
Okay, let me see here. I see how far away this is from my office. Because looking at it on the map, it looks like it's a pretty decent distance away. Give me one second. Okay, yeah, it's half an hour away. That should be fine. One more time with that phone number.
SpecVengeance, Scott speaking.
Yeah. What was their phone number again?
Yeah, the phone number was 911-567-4658. I'm just reading the number and I get the phone. I'm like, oh, okay, that works.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So I will. I'll be out there between 1 and 1:30 on Monday.
1 and 1:30? Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. Sounds good. Thank you.
Yep. Have a good one. Bye. I'll be back in a minute, guys. Probably should have had a mic on for that whole conversation. The guy was just grilling me about getting into web development and whatnot. And I was basically telling him, hey, now is not the time. Not a good place. I try Barbara again. Hey, Barbara. Did you see the instructions I left up there for you? On your computer screen? So there was a PDF open on your computer screen. So when you got in the morning, did you just close everything out? Give me a second. this. So this is the instructions for this. How to try. Like, I don't have a phone number for you to test. So, like, if you know of a client that has a fax machine, then try and send them a fax and see if it works. But the only thing you don't need to worry about, you do not need to worry about this step. I've already entered all the account details and everything into it. So all you need, yeah. So basically, like, if you wanted to do this right now, when you go to print, pop up on the other screen. There it goes. If there is now one here that's called SR fax, and then when you hit print, it's going to open a window, and then you need to enter the phone number down here, and then you can save them to the address book, and then you can hit save. Okay, that is, I have never used this before, so if you have an issue, just let me know and I'll try and do my best to help you through it. There is no icon. It's you're gonna print. So when you print, you just need to select SR fax, and you're gonna need to be very, like, you're gonna need to pay attention. So when you're just printing normally in Office, you need to make sure you're doing this, because every single fax that you send costs like $0.25 per page. So if you're sending, or it might not be per page, I think it might be per document. I don't know. I have to talk to Ziggy when he gets back from vacation. But like, you're sending 13 pages, you don't want to do that a whole bunch of times, because it's because you don't realize that it's not printing and it's faxing. You got make sense? Yep. SR fax. Yep. And then when you do that, it will open this window. You enter the number that you need to fax, and then you can preview it and then send it. And then if it's a number that you know you're going to be faxing regularly, you can just check this box and it'll add to the address book, and then you can just open the address book once you have something in there and do that. A couple other things, you can add a cover sheet. Obviously, that's what this button here. You can, and that'll open and select like a completely different document that has all this information if you need to put a cover sheet on it. Okay? And as far as receiving a fax, how often do you guys actually receive faxes? Okay. Is it like a legitimate thing that you guys need? Because I don't know how receiving faxes works. Okay. Yeah, once Ziggy gets back, I'll figure that out. But like I said, if you can find a client that you know has a fax machine that you can send a fax to as a test, try that first. Okay? Alrighty. And I'll leave that up there for you. That way you can read through it and you can print it out if you want. Alrighty? Mm-hmm. How we going? Bye.
Someone from Ellington CPA called yesterday.
Who?
Has a very foreign accent.
There's no one that has a foreign accent that works at Ellington CPA.
There was a gal that had a foreign accent. She asked
I'm going to repeat again. There's.
Okay, but I was going to say, she asked for you, then she asked for Ziggy. And I said, I don't have Ziggy's phone number.
Yeah. There's no one foreign that works for her.
Even off-site.
Even off-site. Did you get their phone number?
It just said Ellington CPA when it came up on the screen. So I didn't know if I should ask you to give me Ziggy's phone number.
No, I don't give out people's phone numbers. It might have just been someone soliciting.
Okay.
I don't know. Like, anytime something like that happens, write down the phone number they're calling from. All right, we got a day today. So one thing, Tech, in response to what you were saying, I should have gave him, I did give him an encouragement, but I gave him encouragement to look into cybersecurity or like server maintenance and stuff like that. Right now, with AI still moving very, very rapidly into the development and tech space, as far as like entering what you want and having it spit out code, it's hard for me to say, yeah, dedicate your life to figuring this out, because it's so easy. I said the easiest thing to do would be to learn how to write prompts for AIs. That would be the best thing to do, because if you know how to properly write prompts for AIs, then you can have it spit out code very, very easily. All right, so what are you guys talking about? I just see lots and lots of text. Yes, Emily, I'm fine. So you want to replace an outlet to be a smart outlet, but my house is 140 years old. The outlet in question is two-pronged, so it's not grounded. There's still a ground there. Your whole house is probably grounded, even if it's super, super old. Yeah, you should be fine. Right, but what you can do is you can check the code that is output from these AIs against code that you know is working that you can look at. The whole thing, the whole thing is, I cannot in good conscience say, hey, get into this field, take the time, go to school, get a degree in it, and just get to a point where there's not a single company out there hiring people that does this anymore, because they're relying on AIs and companies that use AI to generate code. There's just such better industries to be able to get into. That's all. All right, let's see. What do we get here? We got packages. Sure, but what I would suggest is going to school for cybersecurity and not going to school for web design. That would be my response to that. All right, this is one part of this. I just don't think web design is a good field to get. Like, look at Joe. Joe has extremely minimal experience in web design, and he's able to spit out full websites at this point with little to no knowledge of what's actually going on. And as long as it works and looks right, he's happy. Like, whether or not it's correct is like irrelevant to most people, until like the big caveat to that is if you're doing anything that requires any sort of security or login checking and stuff like that. That point, sure, that becomes a big thing. What the heck is this? But until you get to that point, if you're just spitting out web design stuff for small businesses, it's almost impossible to compete with India and the AI industry at the moment. And I would not suggest someone get into this industry. As someone who's been in this industry for as someone who's been in this industry for literally 20 years, I wouldn't wish anyone get into this industry right now. At all. Not web design. There's so many better industries out there. All right. me finish calling these people back. That's Laura's phone number. Great. So if that's the number it came from, who potentially could have called? I'm wondering if maybe it was just like that's what I'm trying to figure out. There's
she asked for you first, and then she asked for Ziggy.
Yeah, I don't know, Mom. I literally don't. There's no one that has broken English that works there. That's why I'm confused, unless it was like a bad connection. Because like, there's no one there that has broken English. I don't know who it could potentially be. Hey, this is Chris at Bradenton PC Repair, just returning your call. Chris with Bradenton PC Repair. It's $125 plus the cost of the drive, unless you bring the drive, and then it's just the $125. Yeah, and like before you just go and buy them, I might recommend letting me know what brand it is, so I can deter you from buying something from like Team Group or some random company that I've never heard of that's just going to die in 6 months. Yeah, so the three major brands that I'm relatively okay with are Crucial, Western Digital, and Samsung. Samsung being the one I recommend to everybody. Yeah, I'd highly recommend Samsung for sure. Alrighty. Correct. Mm-hmm. Have a good one. Bye. Yeah, no, he said he's been calling here all week. And
You get the calls.
huh?
You get the calls, and I'll give
That's it. Calm down. He said he's been calling her all week. I don't believe him. So show settings. Good morning, Rye Guy. Settings, domains. All right. In a new browser window, open the provider. Start this transfer tonight. Yeah, you're very lucky. I highly, highly do not recommend them. This is Chris. Yeah, so it's $65. Correct. Yes. The address is 6703 14th Street West. Yeah, and I'm in Suite 106. Right now, there's not. If you come down, it's a two-story building. There's a blank sign up there right now. I'm having my sign remade, and so it'll be. I'm in the one without any signage right now. That is correct. Yep. Alrighty. Bye. So where does this record go? Really? That's stupid. We'll save off for now. Never played Gears of War. Well, I take that back. I played Gears of War like 2 and 1. Gears of War Reloaded. Old guys. There you go. So I need to do that tomorrow. All right, let's look at this dropped computer. I think we're gonna end up needing to replace this motherboard. That's very interesting. Is it the SSD? Yeah, I'm gonna be here tomorrow. That would be messed up if it was this kid's hard drive causing this. I guess we need to test this. 'Cause we got stuff to do today. We got a build to do. Amongst other things, I want to try and get as much done today as I can. Angeline.
This laptop has, this is looking at veterans ones, Intel Core i3 405.
Nope.
Do 11?
Nope. It has to be at least 8. Saw that. All right, I guess let's do a hard drive check. Windows update. Awesome. Thank you. Depends on what you mean by mini PCs. Because generally, mini PCs are very underpowered. They can't handle heat, and they're not like they have no like upgradability. Yeah, minis forms a little bit different. Minis form stuff is not bad. This is Chris. Partnership with what? Yeah, no, I don't think that's something that I would be interested in.
Is it me asking?
I don't have the time. Two, I just not something that I'd be interested in doing personally. Okay, yeah, I'm still not going to be interested. Have a good one. So that passed. I don't know, Emily. I don't know what they wanted. Kind of wild to me that after all that time we spent looking at this the other day, like it wasn't turning on, now it just turns on. Without that hard drive in there. Let's see if it's like we've tested this power supply multiple times. Hello. Random letters on the keyboard. I see you. Oh, it turns on. It's slowly reattach stuff. Because if it's the SSD, that would really suck. Still turning on. All right, let's plug our HD audio back in. Fan, front panel. Still turning on. Guess we're gonna let that test run. Because computers are heavy, Emily. I'm sure if I gave you this computer to carry and walk around and told you to do a bunch of stuff at the same time, you'd probably end up dropping it. Heck, I'd end up dropping it. And they got very lucky by not having stuff be like too damaged. But yeah, they definitely did a number on this case. It says that this diagnostic test is going to take 6 hours. That's going to be fun. All right, so what we're going to do, skill issue. Here, let me get you some computers to juggle. We're going to put this down here. How you doing today, Ramrod? well, I hope. Get this stuff all somewhat organized. Over there. Over there. Over there. Over there. Got this motherboard that I've been waiting on. That's why you should go to the gym more often. No, I guess my phone died. Not my main phone. I said go more. Delivery update. What? Ah. Thursday, January. Bro, I need these things faster. Orders would not. Please contact the seller. You're the seller, Amazon. Yeah, that's what it said. It says January. No, we're not skipping 5 months. It's saying these items that I ordered won't be here till January. Get out of here. Now I have to put more. All right, you know what? We're gonna try and do this. I think Instacart can get from Best Buy. Which computer over there needed a new hard drive, Angeline? Yeah, it's on the shelf somewhere. Can you stand up and look? Because I think I can have Best Buy kick one to me via Instacart. I know I need one today. I think it's the far right computer. What does it say?
Running slow full diagnostic.
I don't know, Mom.
See if I can PC up and running.
I'm waiting on something specific for that. That's a motherboard. I ordered an SSD for somebody.
I don't think you looked at those yet.
I haven't looked at that one. It's not that one. It's not that. That's a... I don't know why this is up here. This is like a veteran PC.
Okay, because I'm checking them all out, so.
That one's too old.
I3, okay, that's parts.
It's, no, it's not the i3 that's the problem. It's the second number.
Oh,
It's
but it's still parts.
that one will be, yeah.
Just like this. I'm not sure, Chris.
I ordered them for a reason, and I don't know what that reason is now.
How many did you order?
I ordered 4 of them. Well, not for a single customer, because I don't have any up there.
Maybe you ordered because it was the last one.
No.
You used it and you know you're going through them fast.
No, I know I ordered it specifically for a customer.
And big guys?
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know.
Simple questions and do the stuff. I need to buy a new ceiling fan for the living room.
I don't know. I haven't looked at it.
Okay.
Have I gone to your house and looked at it, Mom?
You said it was old, that's why I was thinking.
As far as I am aware, that ceiling fan in the living room is like archaic, but it could just be a popped fuse. But I don't know. I do not know. I have to go look at it.
Yeah, for the whole circuit, everything in the kitchen's working and it's on the same circuit as the kitchen.
It's not. That wall is its own thing. So that wall in your computer where the air conditioner is all one circuit. Okay. Not going to argue with you. Shaking your head accomplishes nothing. So. All right. No, this is for a customer. So I have no idea why I was ordering these things. It might have been. I don't know. We'll see what happens here. Like I said, I don't know. I don't remember. It's been too long. I ordered these a week and a half ago, and I just get an update about it today. So I got a bunch of stuff arriving today. All right, we're going to do a PC build. $900 gaming PC builder. Bro already bought a computer. Dang, that was fast. Okay, we got a $900 PC build. $900. Well, I guess one of the things I'm going to try and do a little bit differently with this is I want to talk through my thinking on some of these parts, which means we're going to open this up. Unable to cancel your order because you bought it from us and your stuff won't be here till January. We're not going to cancel your order. Thanks. Thanks, Amazon. What's going on, Poorly? Oh, you're going to love this, Ram. It's 40 minutes. Here's a full playthrough of the game. It's like peak, like late 90s video games. All right, let's talk about this. Hmm. Slept fine, Emily. Yeah, I mean, someone somewhere messed up. Ugh. Why is this so, like, zoomed? Oh, that's why. He sleeps. All right. Thank you. I mean, it is an iPhone, so camera on it should be pretty good at least. All right, so we're going to work on a $900 build here, and the main point of this build was stay within budget, obviously. Secondarily, get as much performance as we can for that $900 budget. So I want to run through the parts and kind of some of the thinking behind those parts. First things first, we'll start with our CPU. We have an AMD Ryzen 5 9600X. This processor goes on sale all the time on Amazon. You can get it as little as like 150 bucks. I think when I got this one it was 174. Then as far as cooling is concerned, we got ourselves a Peerless Assassin. I have fallen in love with this cooler. I think it's one of the best coolers that you can get for the money. This one was like $36. Not super expensive. We have DDR5 4800, 32 gigs of that. It is not the best. It is nothing special or fancy about it. It'll get the job done. We'll just put it like that. We have a Samsung Evo 990. It's a 1 terabyte SSD. I know it's the blue one, doesn't have the DRAM, but again, we're falling into a budget here. We have the ASRock B650M PG. Nice little, I think this one was 120 motherboard. This will handle all the way up to the current generation of AMD products. We're going to be pretty solid with that. We have our RM750E power supply from Corsair. Be more than enough power for this build, especially considering we are only running a 3060 in this build. We are, again, just making sure we are hitting a budget and staying within that budget. It's going to be running Windows 11, and our case that we're building in is this Montech. It's a Montech XR. It's my first time building in this case. I'm kind of excited about it. We'll see how it goes. Kind of comment on some of the foibles of building in this case. Any issues we might run into. And then see how it goes. All right, let's get to building. All right, so let's go ahead and start getting this stuff set up here. Send that over there. Start with pulling out our motherboard. Made sure we got one that has Wi-Fi. They definitely are going to be using Wi-Fi. We're not going to attach the cables to it quite yet, but we are going to make sure it is ready to go right out of the box. So things we get, we have our I/O shield with some SATA cables, 2 antennas. This is the actual cables for the Wi-Fi. They come in a nice little package. Got to make sure you attach them to, come on, focus, to the back of the motherboard. And then they connect to a Wi-Fi card that is on the motherboard. We have our user manual with how to install your CPU. You have a couple M.2 screws. And then we have the motherboard itself. Now, one of the interesting things, the Wi-Fi card that is on it is just a dedicated card. It's not just sitting as part of a drop-in solution right there. Is its own dedicated thing. And make sure once we get this set up, we get a BIOS update done. This motherboard, I've been fighting with Amazon for 2 weeks about this motherboard. I sent them an email. Hey, I still haven't received that motherboard. When is it supposed to be here? Oh, they attempted delivery yesterday. No, they did not. I was here all day yesterday. What time did they attempt delivery? 11:30. I was definitely here. So it's just one of those, they have no explanation as to why this took long. This took 2 weeks. All right, so we got this. Let's go ahead and get our CPU installed into there. And our SSD installed. And as always, you leave this on here until you put the CPU in there. So we're going to open this up. Open. Open. That is to protect the actual socket and everything on the socket. Take a look at the bottom of the CPU. Look for any damage or anything. This one looks like it's in very good shape. Nothing to worry about on there. And then we just line up our notches. Go in like that. Line up our triangle. Put it in. Push it down. And that just comes right off. And then we'll go ahead and toss this in here. Originally, this customer had a budget of $800. And for that $800 budget, we were only able to get AM4 instead of AM5. And with that AM4, we weren't able to get to DDR5, which DDR5, the performance benefits of DDR5 greatly outweigh getting, say, a better performing CPU. Like, let's say we got a Ryzen 7, but on equal amounts of RAM, a Ryzen 7 on AM4 and a Ryzen 5 on AM5 with DDR4 versus DDR5, the performance benefits that you get out of it are pretty significant. So if you have the option of getting up to DDR5, always try and do that, because equal amounts of RAM, if you have two computers that are running a similar processor as far as the internal components of it, and the one is running DDR4, one is running DDR5, the one that's running DDR5 with the same amount of memory will always be faster, unless you have something weird going on with your motherboard. Okay. We got a little, something interesting on the motherboard that they've attached with a little sticker right there. You can kind of see it. That right there is cable management for the Wi-Fi cables, which we're going to have to install here shortly. So we're going to put this in here, and actually, you know what, we're going to move this down here. We're going to put this on the second PCI lanes. So that way, this top slot is fully utilized. for the GPU. Now, this is an older GPU we're putting in here, yes, but performance-wise, we want to give it as much capability as it can, like as far as bandwidth is concerned. The first thing that this person is going to upgrade in the future is going to be the video card. I told them that is the best thing to upgrade. And anytime they want to do that, they're just going to reach out to me. Pull our I/O shield out. Go ahead and set our motherboard off to the side. We are going to need to... Let's go ahead and put... Before we start building anything else, we're going to go ahead and start putting our bracket onto the motherboard for this. And make sure you read the instruction manuals, because these have to get attached in a specific way with a specific set of hardware that's in this box. You're going to use the brackets for these, so you don't have to worry about going and figuring out which bracket in this box works with that. We just have to look at these. This one says AM4, AM5. We're going to open that up. Get these guys out of there. We're going to get those attached right away, and then we can put the hardware that we're taking off directly into the box. And then same thing with these guys. Then we got to look, because this is coming back to the always read the instruction manual for this. Despite having used this cooler so many freaking times, I always forget if the curves go on the inside or if they go on the outside. And for they go on the inside, and they go above and below the CPU. Set that there. Out the way. These screws out of here. What makes this the best time to do this is right now we're going to remove all this stuff, and the back plate doesn't fall out. It's kind of nice. We're going to put our standoffs in here. These are our spacers to make sure we don't over tighten or under tighten. And then curves go towards the inside, like so. Go above and below. Screw. 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 All right, and then we'll put this in the bag for the cooler, so that way in the future, if we ever switch back to like one of the stealth coolers or something like that, we can just go back into the bag and pick it up. The rest of this stuff can go in this bag. We're not going to need it anymore for the time being. All right, next, let's move this out of the way. Set that down there. Let's go ahead and open up our Montech XR mid-tower ATX case. I have built with Montech cases in the past, but never this one specifically. So this is going to be kind of like a first look at this guy for me. See if this becomes something that gets put into my rotation of builds, and whether or not this case is going to be actually worth it. Up. Over. Packing material, it's price appropriate packing material for the cost of this case. Getting some better packing material in there, you're going to increase the overall cost of this case by another, $5 to $10, which kind of starts making it so this case doesn't actually make a huge amount of sense. So the reason I targeted this case is because it comes with 3 fans right out of the box and has some RGB. We don't have to go out and get additional fans. So let's go ahead and lay that down. So it comes with glass side panel, and this looks like it is a toolless design, which it is. Got some stickers holding some stuff on here. And that's an awkward angle. Get that off of there. All right, there we go. Glass panel, toolless design, not bad. The front glass is also toolless, it looks like. Yeah, not bad. A lot of these companies now, when you end up with these fishbowl style where half of it is open, a lot of times there'll be little screws down here and over here. Makes it a little bit more rigid, but also makes it a lot more difficult to actually work on. That is a non-removable panel. This gives us a huge amount of room to build in here. Like, rotate it this way, I can basically get both my arms in here. No worries there. Magnetic top panel. So, and it looks like this can hold up to a 420 radiator. All right, what do we got for, let's get the back off here. Lay it down. This thing is incredibly light. Again, comes back to its purchase price here. Which, 80 bucks. Yeah, and it's $80 normally, and what should I get? So it's normally $100. No, I take that back. I am very wrong. It's normally $70, and that's what I got it for. And we got a little, we got a little book. Right now, this case is currently unavailable. That's fun. So we got our front panel connectors here because our front I/O is actually down here on the bottom. And then we have our fan header connectors, which use the 3-pin connector, which this motherboard most definitely probably has. Yep, I can see them there on there. All right, and these are reverse flow fans, meaning that the airflow is going to be going in. So for the money, I think this is a great case. It's a good value. And yeah, let's see how it actually is to build in. So we have our bag of stuff. Let's flip this over. Let's get our I/O shield in there, and then get our motherboard in there. And we'll take a look and see what we have. I'm surprised no one yet has made some sort of adapter that goes from USB 3 to USB-C. That's just surprising to me. So what do we get in the bag? We got some additional little clips for cable management. We have hard drive screws, power supply screws, actually fan screws, which is interesting. When I say fan screws, they're the type that are designed to go through a radiator. Then we have hard drive screws. We have we have 2 additional standoffs plus a speaker. We have our motherboard screws. And they gave us some Velcro, straps, and some zippy ties. Let's get this up. Make sure all of our fan connectors are out of the way. This guy's gonna go over here. Line it up. Let's go ahead and get our screws in to hold it in place. Yeah, this is 32 gigabytes. Do that. Now, do you need all of these screws to hold this motherboard in? No. Is it a good practice? Yes. So there's always, if you got holes to fill with screws, even if you don't know why, go ahead and put them there. Yes, Emily. You need 32 gigs because that's what I bought. It's not like I bought 32 gigs with the intention of not giving them all of the, I need to move something here. all of the memory that they purchased. All right, first little hiccup in the road here. I'm going to take all of these screws I just put out, because it looks like one of the standoffs that's there is just in the wrong location. If you're ever putting a motherboard in and you have a random hole that looks like it should house a screw and there's nothing there, you should probably stop, take the motherboard out, take a look at it, make sure that you're not about to ground out the back of the motherboard on the standoff or the case, because that would be a bad time. Like a very, very bad time. For gaming, Emily. For some gaming and some working. That is the goal. Let's pull this out of here. So that standoff is there, that standoff is there. All right, so the other standoffs that normally would be used are actually down here. So we're going to remove this one because that's not going to be needed at all. Pull out my iFixit kit. And we will move them up to where they should be. Which in this case should be right there. Normally, when you have a manufacturer that adds these in, they will go out of their way to put some notes on the motherboard. Wow, that's really an awkward location for that. To let you know what the standoff is actually used for. And for which motherboard size. Fortunately, this one is just in a weird location. But again, we come back to the price of this computer being relatively low. So we're not going to see that on here, or the price of this motherboard, the case. All right, so that one is lined up correctly. We just got to put one up here. Right here. And this thing is being anti-magnetic. It's actually being pushed out. So we're going to have to thread it in with the fingers. Here we go. And we'll stop this sacrilegious marriage of iFixit and LTT store. All right, now back to putting this motherboard in. Line up our center hole. I generally use this screw directly next to the PCI or directly above the PCI, depending on the layout of your motherboard, as a centering hole to make sure everything else is lined up correctly. Because if that one lines up correctly, you can loosen it a little bit, adjust things around left and right to make sure that you're actually getting everything lined up generally where it should be. Like that. So for 900 bucks, this is about what you'll get out of this. Decent performance. We'll do just some quick benchmarks here once we get everything set up, so you can get an idea of what kind of performance you'll be able to get out of this guy. If you were to build something similar, I'll try and make sure to leave a link to the PC part picker for this. So the GPU in this build is a used GPU, just to save a little bit of money. I think the GPU is about 280 bucks. All right. Now we are ready to start putting stuff in here. We already got our SSD, we already have our CPU. Now we're going to add our Wi-Fi connectors, because now would be the time to actually go through and do this, because this is going to be slightly annoying to do. Surprised it doesn't just ship with them already installed partially, but at the same time I also understand why they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't want to risk having this be damaged in transit. Yes, it'll run Windows 11. All right, these guys are going all the way up here. Get that threaded through there. Now there's two different pieces of metal that you get shipped with these Wi-Fi connectors. That's what they look like. This one is a locking washer that clamps around it, and then that's the actual nut that holds it in place. So first things first, we're going to put on, you put the locking washer on first. And then you put your actual nut on there and you tighten it down. And you want to get it nice and firm all the way down there. And you can use a pair of just like simple needle nose pliers or regular pliers. And you want to twist until it's nice and firm all the way around. And it doesn't run the risk of going anywhere. Now, where is this getting routed? I mentioned this little piece of plastic on the motherboard before. This just sits right in that little piece of plastic, comes around underneath our GPU, and then is going to plug into this Wi-Fi card. And we'll get to that in a second. Let me get the second one put in. Recommendation, when you're doing this, do the bottom one first, top one second, or do it maybe outside of the case. The problem with trying to do this outside of the case is going to be the fact that the I/O shield gets attached to the case, not to the motherboard. Put our lock washer on there. And we thread our nut onto there. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the antennas right now and I'm going to thread them onto both of them to make sure they are as firm down there as they're going to get. Usually you don't want to leave a motherboard, or generally you don't want to leave assembly type things like this up to the end user, because odds are they're going to break something. So that's kind of a knock on this ASRock board for me. All right, let's put that on there. Make sure that's tightened down there as far as it'll go. And I am going to tell the owner of this, hey, I did not thread this on all the way. I did not put the antennas on there at all. When you get home, go ahead and tighten the Wi-Fi's down to your liking as far as how tight you want to make it, so that way it doesn't run or come undone randomly. But at the same time, you will be able to not snap off the antennas in transit, which is kind of important. All right, let's zoom in here a little bit. Try a couple different looks here. Let's see how well this will actually zoom in. Come on, Face ID. There you go. Yeah, I can't get down super low in here. But I can show you. Let's turn on my Joe 8 cam. So This is where we're going. This is the little routing thing I was talking about. Hello. Yep, you can just leave it right on the counter. Thank you. You too. Alrighty. So on last Saturday, went to Lowe's, bought this, $190.
I heard you on the phone with that.
Day, Prime Day.
I have a scrape word on the thing when you come on Saturday, take a look at it. I don't know if it's good or not. No.
Packaging. That's when I ship stuff. Alright, we got stuff. Replacing a CPU. Do I just take the old one out and put the new one in? Yes and no. Yes, it's generally that simple. It can be more complicated, but generally it is actually that simple. All right, so like I was saying, this is our Wi-Fi card. This is where we actually just put everything in all the way up there. We're gonna run it. We're gonna run these cables through here, and then we're gonna put them into this little, you can kind of see it there, a little plastic guy right there. And then we're gonna come around here, and we're gonna come to here, and there's a little piece of plastic that's gonna go on there. I got my DeWalt sander, and something I've been talking to everyone about getting that was actually on sale. My Logitech Creative Console, my knob for video editing, and just some little buttons. So this is going to the house. It's going to that PC. And something else that I saw that I've been wanting to get, cable managers, where you can put cables in and take them out. They got a little spring. Let's see how well these work out at that building that I've been working on. All right. So let's get back to this. What could possibly go wrong? You just gotta be patient, take your time. I'd recommend wearing some gloves, unless you want to become the Tin Man. Make sure you have thermal paste, make sure the computer is completely powered off and everything is unplugged from the rear. And then you remove your cooler. Depending on which processor you have, it might stick to the bottom of the cooler. If that's the case, then you want to gently kind of try and turn it before you lift. And as far as putting the new one in, just line everything up and gently set it in place. All right, so let's get these dealios lined up here. And you guys aren't going to be able to see any of this. I'll come around. I think I'm going to take this Wi-Fi card out entirely. And we're going to attach these connectors while it's out of the case. And there is a little piece of plastic that goes over the connectors to hold them in place. And there's a screw that goes through that. So I'm just going to go. One. These are my favorite connectors on the Citadel. I'm Commander Shepard, and these are my favorite connectors on the Citadel. I hate that's a meme that a lot of people don't understand anymore. Makes me sad. All right. All right, now that's on there. Got our screw. We got our plastic. Get this lined back up. Now, my question would be, is this designed to slide? Which it looks like it is. Beautiful. So we're able to attach them. And now this plastic is going to hold that in place as we put this back into the motherboard. Like I said, I personally don't think it's a good idea for manufacturers to leave this kind of thing up to the consumer, but I also understand why they do it, to help prevent damage in shipping. And now we're just going to route our cables through there. I'm going to go around this fan header that we have here. And I need to find... There they are. Just going to grab this. I'm going to lift this cable. And then it goes into that little cable management slot. And they both go directly under the motherboard. Or under the video card. So it'll be a nice little fit. All right, that's in there now. So the rest of this stuff that came with the motherboard can go into the motherboard box, because we are not going to need it any further at the moment. Next thing we will install will be the RAM. Yeah, that's actually a great suggestion, Arnold. Like, before swapping out a CPU, maybe run the computer for maybe 10 to 15 minutes, get it up to temperature so the thermal paste that's on there is a little bit more pliable. Even if the computer isn't working properly, you can at least get power into it, and that'll heat up the CPU. And that, in and of itself, will make getting the CPU off of the cooler much easier. Unless you have thermal paste that's so old it's just concrete, and then there's nothing that anyone can do to help you other than being as delicate as you can. All right, memory modules going in. AM5. I have my most successful YouTube video ever is about AM5 first post problems. And we're going to find out if we have that with this. Some lower end boards and some higher end boards from specific manufacturers, the ones that I've run into so far have been Gigabyte and ASRock, will sometimes not start up right out of the gate with both memory sticks in there. Hey, Mom, can you not do that right now? Because that's loud as hell.
Sorry.
Thank you. And what you have to do is you have to remove this second stick, turn the computer on, let it try and post with just the one. Then once it posts with just the one, you put the second one back in and it'll start posting fine, generally, because it has to do what's called memory learning. All right, we got our memory in there. Let's get this rotated. We're now going to install our cooler. And here, on the bottom, as per usual, there is our make sure you remove sticker. The number of times I've had people come in with that still on is shocking to me, but it is what it is. We're going to go ahead and we're going to put some thermal paste on here. We're going to do 4 lines because, 3 lines is just never enough. And we're going to let the compressive force of this cooler do all of the work for us. And we're going to line up our screws, make sure we can feel them kind of clicking there. And then you're going to want a long screwdriver or a screwdriver that has an extension to get this installed. Let's move this over so you guys can see it a little bit better. because otherwise you're going to end up cutting your fingers on these fins. These fins are unfinished and they hurt. Not going to lie, they hurt. A number of times I've cut myself open on these fins. If I could count them on one hand, I wouldn't have fingers anymore. And then we just tighten it down, and you'll know when to stop. You're going to turn. You're going to be applying a slight downward pressure, and what's going to happen is the screwdriver is going to do what's called camming out. So as you turn, it's going to, the actual tip of the screwdriver is going to pop out and do that. So as it's in there and it turns, it's going to pop out and then pop back in. And that's called camming out. And that means you have reached optimal tightness. There you go. Do it one time, stop. And now that is attached. Next, we will add our fans in. Montech case with some Thermalright stuff in it. It's going to look pretty. Oh, there's one fan. And here's two fan. Again, we have our dual RGB cables. So all of these fans in this system use the same style connector. And I will tell you right now, there is a limit to the number of devices you can plug into one of these tiny headers. If you exceed that number, because it varies by motherboard, manufacturer, but generally it is 12. And when I say 12, I mean it is 12 devices in series before you either damage your motherboard or you kill a device in the chain. I strongly suggest not going above like 4, because 90% of the time motherboards will have enough connectors on them for you to spread out that power load across everything. All right, so we put our springs on, goes in like that, sits nice and secure. Grab our next spring. And what I like doing, as far as the cable is concerned, I want this cable at the bottom so that I can cable manage it out the back. Slide this guy down into here. Make sure these stay in the holes. And I want my airflow direction to be this way. So the rear of the fans are always going to point that way. And one of the cute little things they did on here to know if you have this set up the way that they want you to is you have their logo, which you can kind of see right there. It matches this logo, which is going to match that logo. If you come in here and you have one logo facing that way and you have this logo facing that way, you're creating a situation where you're not going to get optimal airflow out of this guy. And you're going to probably overheat your processor, to be perfectly honest. All right, second fan. Again, we want the cables at the bottom. We got one. We got two. I guess one thing that I glossed over very quickly while I was talking is I went ahead and I put in, there's a fan header splitter that comes with this cooler. I went ahead and put that in right away. Plug that into the CPU fan header on the motherboard, so now I can just go ahead and toss my cables onto that and I don't have to worry about fishing behind here. One thing with these coolers, especially the dual tower coolers that you're gonna have to pay attention to, is you need to make sure it stays above your RAM. You don't want it to be touching your RAM, you want it to be floating above it. So that means this fan will always sit higher than this fan unless you have some sort of weird motherboard where the memory is either in a different location or it's sitting higher up. So we're gonna move that up quite a bit. I want space underneath there so that if I put more memory in there, I am not going to be in a situation where I'm slamming my fingers into the bottom of this every single time that I need to access that memory. And then you're going to want to rotate the computer so that it's facing you, so that when you look at the top of these fans, we are seeing these fans sitting level. So you don't want to, like, your fan sitting like that. Honestly, it doesn't really affect the performance. It just looks bad. Now we have our cables over here. We're going to take some little cable tie cutters. We're going to cut off and extend out these cables. We're going to cut off the little bread ties that are on these guys. We're going to extend this out so that we have access to these are your fan connectors. This is the RGB. When I say fan connectors, this is the RGB for the fans. So this is the side that's going to get plugged into the motherboard, and these are daisy chainable, meaning that you can hook up multiple fans into this. So we'll end up plugging this into the motherboard on the other side of this, and then we're going to feed these cables out the back of the case. And we're going to do all our cable stuff all at once. So for now, we're going to put all of our cables through the rear of the case, so that way we can handle that generally all at the same time. Just lift it up a little bit. Get that all pulled out the back. Make sure it's clear, make sure it's not catching on anything. And we're gonna have a whole bunch of cables to manage here. And we're gonna end up using 2 of these RGB headers that are on this motherboard for sure. Okay, so at this point, we're almost done. We only have 2 more components to install into this motherboard. We have our GPU, which is gonna go up here, and then we have our power supply, which is gonna be down here. So first things first, we're going to go ahead and install the power supply, get these cables run before we start doing any cable management. That way we can handle all of these cables at the same time. Not have to worry about moving things, unplugging things, or anything like that. And good morning, Grant. How are your travels going, sir? Well, I hope. All right, in our Corsair power supply box, we have our power supply. And then we have our buncho cables, the actual power cable. And then this is one of the things with the RM series, all of the cables are not in a little protective sheath, but that is a cost-saving measure. When you get some of the higher end Corsair power supplies, they will have that. What we are going to need for this build, and this actually has little cable combs on it that you can move around, which is kind of nice. We need our 24 pin. We are, in this build, not going to need a SATA power connector. We are not going to need a Molex power connector, so we can go ahead and remove that. One of the other cables we will not be needing is our 50 series and the 16 pin, actually the 12 pin high power connectors we are not going to need for this build. My brain there tried to say 2 different numbers at once. Yeah, because that is the 12 volt 2x6 power connector. We will need one of these, the CPU connectors. It actually says CPU on the side, so make sure you're using that and not the one that says PCIe for the motherboard, and we need 1 PCIe connector. And the rest of these cables can go back in the box. We are not going to need them for the remainder of this build. Well, I'm glad you're home, man. Let's go ahead and pull this out of the case. 9 times out of 10, power supplies are going to come with individual screws ready to go in the bag, in the packaging. In our case, the case actually came with them, so we're going to go ahead and use the ones that came with the case. The reason you would do that is because sometimes you'll end up in a situation where the screws, like you have a white case and it has white capped screws to hold the power supply in. That is very rare. You end up with that some of the higher end cases, but you always want to pay attention to that and make sure that if you have a white case and it comes with white screws, use the white screws. It just looks better. All right, now in the back of our power supply, looking at the back here, this is going to be our 24 pin motherboard connector. We'll go ahead and plug that in there, make sure it clicks in all the way. There we go. we have our PCI Express, which is going to go, is a single cable going to our video card. Actually, I gotta look to see, I might need to use the other one. I don't remember how many connectors the PCI has on the video card. Typically, this cable will have 2 connectors on it, and that's enough to run everything you need when it comes to a video card. And then we have our CPU. Let me pull out the video card and verify that before we go any farther. And we have a single 8-pin connector. Awesome. So we are copacetic. So let's go ahead and move this around. Now, fan always points towards the vent on your case. And what I mean by that is this case has a vent. And that is for intaking air when the power supply starts getting hot. One thing that I've had a bunch of people ask me is, hey, the power supply fan isn't spinning. Is that normal? Yes and no. If you have like a relatively modern power supply like this guy, if the power supply gets hot, it'll turn the fan on. And if it doesn't get hot, it'll actually turn the fan off to save electricity, which is how these things can hit some of the efficiency goals that have been laid out not only by the EU, but the US EPA. Something as little as having a fan running all the time, even when the computer is not in use, can add up relatively quickly. 4 screws go in the back, hold the power supply in. And then this is going to be our first foray with this build into doing some cable management. So let's look at, we'll start with our PCI. So your PCI is going to go either through here, here, or up the bottom. And going up the bottom sometimes is okay. You just got to ask before you just randomly go and, you know, start shoving things up the bottom, because you never know, there might be something there that's in the way, or, you know, people just generally don't like it. So, because, you know, having this cable sticking up like this can look kind of weird. So we're probably going to come in right here. And then we got this guy, which is our 24 pin, which is definitely going to be up here. This top slot is generally reserved for this cable because on motherboards, the 24 pin power is higher up on the motherboard. And then lastly, our CPU goes up there. All right, let's flip this guy back around. This is going to be the most difficult part of this whole process, is lining up this cable in this top left. I will always put the motherboard and cooler on before I install this, and almost always have to take the cooler out. But in this case, there's plenty of room for my ginormous meat hooks to have this cable get plugged in over there. We will take our 24 pin power. It's going to get plugged in right there. We're going to slide this cable up a little bit, and we're actually going to mess with these cable combs a little bit right now. And all these cable combs do is allow you to keep your cable looking a little bit neater, like so. So I know you can't see that at all. Let's switch over to my Droid cam. And there you go. So it helps the cable look a little bit neater versus just, you know, a giant bundle of cables sitting down there. So we can see, and we can modify and adjust however we want here. So, yeah. All right. So we'll get that nice and neat. And then this cable is going to be for our video card, which, speaking of which, let's go ahead and install it now, seeing as we are now at the point where we are just going to be doing cable management. So on the back of the case, there is a single thumb screw here. The reason it's called a thumb screw is because it's designed so you can open it with a finger and a thumb. Gently set your video card on the PCI slot that it is going to be lining up with. The number of people that I've had not do this simple step and have to remove these rear panels and put the rear panels back in and then take another one out and move it up one. This just lining up, just gently, not actually trying to put it in, will tell you which back here, you can see we got some screws, which of those screws and panels you need to remove to install the video card. We're going to remove the top two. This takes a couple seconds, and then you know which ones you're going to use. I recommend doing that with all cards. So if you put in like a 50 series, so you put in a 5090, a non-Founders Edition, it's going to take up 3 slots. You need to know which of those 3 panels to remove. And then we're just going to gently come in here, line this up, make sure we are lined up with our PCI slot, and then gently down into place. And then we put our screws to hold this back into place. The panel with a thumb screw goes up, tighten that back in. We get our PCI power. And like I said, you have a couple of different ways of routing this. I am actually going to route this over the top. We're going to spin you around, baby. Spin you right round. Have that lined up. And keep that cable looking a little bit neat, like so. And technically, we are 80% done with this PC. The only thing we still need to plug in at this point is going to be fans into the motherboard, which I'm going to be shooting probably for the bottom down here. And then RGB, which I am definitely going to be shooting for the bottom. So let's flip this over, look at our cable management, and move on. All right. I personally don't like Velcro straps. That is a personal flaw. I do not like them. I'm sure there's good ones out there. They just annoy me. So we're going to be removing those for this build. We're going to talk about connectors and cable management now. Make sure these guys are all nice and firm. The most important cables on your motherboard are going to be the power connector cables. The component in your computer that is most likely to fail is the power supply. It is the thing that's connected to something that you have no control over, which is your power grid. So the stability of that power and the cleanliness, well, I'll use that word, the cleanliness of that power is out of your control. So you might have power that fluctuates up and down quite often, which can lead to damaging the actual power supply. So the likelihood of you replacing a component in a gaming PC because it has failed is your power supply. So this is an LDT driver. It is one of the originals with the thick shaft, black shaft. Got one of the OG ones. So we are going to line these up. One of the things that I hate with some of the pre-builts that I get in is at the factory, they will take this cable, they will pull it back as tight as they can. They'll come over here, be like, can I play a musical note on this cable? If so, zip tie it. You want to leave a little bit of slack. One of the things that I do is I often test power supplies. I have a power supply tester that I plug into these guys. And that power supply tester is kind of a fixed size. I can't really do anything about moving it, like moving cables around if they're zip tied. So I have to plug cables into the top and I have to plug cables into the bottom. And one of the problems I have is if this cable is zip tied hard as a rock here so that I can barely unplug it, I get super angry, and then I flip the computer over and I cut all the zip ties. So these guys, I want to leave a little bit of play so that if I ever need to unplug this to test it, I'll have that. All right. We are down to, in this bag, this is somehow in 2 months, 3 months, I've gone through 1,000 zip ties. Thankfully, we got a new one on deck. Ready to go. All right. Before we start zip tying anything, we're gonna cut off all of these bread ties. By bread ties, I mean twist ties. be very careful, especially if you have a very sharp pair of flush cutters. You don't want to cut through fan cables. Yeah. All right, make sure you get all of the bread ties or twist ties off of the board because they have metal in them and you don't want to ground it out. All right, so we have everything ready to go. We have all of our cables nice and loose. Come over here, toss a zip tie here for this. Sure, Emily. And then that leaves me enough cable that I can pull that out and I can do a test on it if I'd like. The next cable, we're gonna have all these cables kind of meet up here in a line. So the next zip tie is gonna go there. Match that to the back. Pull this cable back slightly. Then I'm going to zip tie that right there. And then, actually, we can redo this one. We can just use a single zip tie for all of these guys. The idea behind cable management isn't to make it look pretty. The idea behind cable management is making it serviceable so you can identify what cables are going where, and if something is damaged and needs to be replaced, it is easy to identify and just remove those individual components. You don't want to end up with giant thick bundles of all of your cables in a single zip tie, because then if you need to replace a component, you're in a bad time. You're gonna have a bad time trying to figure that out. You're gonna undo one cable, and then suddenly all of your cabling has to come out. It's never fun. All right, let's cut our tails off. Now we'll be right back. All right, back to this. So we have these lined up in here. Let's get this off. So now that's all of those cables. Power supply cables, keep those separate so that way if we need to replace the power supply, we can. I don't know if this motherboard has a USB-C on it. That's one thing that yep, we do. All right, so we're gonna be going USB-C, USB 3 over here. This is HD audio, always goes down here. This is our front panel connector, which is gonna go right there. USB 3, USB-C. So we'll get these plugged in and then we'll get the cables pulled back and tightened up slightly. Start with our USB-C. There we go. USB-C is plugged in. USB 3, just be careful with the pins. Don't bend any pins. You'll hate yourself if you bend any of the pins. Then you got to figure out how to stand them back up, and that's never fun. That is in there. Our front panel connector goes into the bottom right corner on this motherboard. Always check your manual before you plug it in. You don't want to plug it into a connector that has absolutely nothing to do with that. And then lastly, our front our front HD audio gets plugged in on the very opposite side of the board. All right, so there's all those connectors plugged in. Let's go ahead and cable manage. Pull these back gently. All these cables are going to go kind of above the power supply connector. Come right here. There we go. And then we're going to actually put a zip tie right there for these guys to hold these in place so that any movement, they won't just rattle out. Okay. Now we're going to pull this cable back a little bit just to tighten it up, and that cable back just to tighten it up. And now this cable is ready to be clipped. This cable tie. And now as far as the rest of these cables, we're going to just rearrange them, untangle them, and they're going to go back in here above. Actually, you know what? Let's go into this hard drive rack. Keep it kind of hidden and secluded. Just like that. Beautiful. And you just got to be careful. There are some sharp corners down here. You don't want to smack anything into there as far as your fingers are concerned. All right, lastly, fans. Magnetic panel on the bottom so far, not happy with. It just keeps moving around. So, our fans for the CPU cooler. That is one of the fan cables. These are RGB. It looks like I am missing one of these. There should be two of these sticking out here. Yep, there it is. All right, so we're going to plug our fans into this splitter. 1, 2. And these are going to get zip tied right next to these guys. The RGB is not going to be attached to that. Because the RGB is going to be going to a different location. We'll move that right there. Be a beautiful. Now, let's figure out how we're going to hook up the rest of these fans. So it comes from the factory already put together like that, which is kind of nice. We'll get that as soon as I'm done, Emily. And now what we're going to do is let's figure out where on the motherboard I want to plug this in. I think I have enough length to go down here for both of these and then actually plug in the RGB to daisy chain into the motherboard from the CPU cooler. So let me say that again. I think I have enough length on these cables to have a single connection that will allow me to do RGB for the whole computer off of a single header because we are not putting that many devices on here. And we just got to line up. You got to be careful with these pins. Make sure you put them in the right way. They will only go in one way. Okay, so this looks like we're going this way with our RGB. And I have plenty of additional cable for this RGB, which undo that. Plug this in. Hello. And it's plugged in there. And then the next one, which is this guy, will get plugged in there. So, and then we will route all of this and we'll zip tie this over here. And then this fan is the only one we have to worry about a little bit. Yeah, so we're gonna have two different, that cable is definitely not long enough. Let's see if we can rearrange that slightly. So that, yeah, I should be able to. Unplug that. Unplug that. Is this one long enough, or is it not long enough? All right, I think we're gonna pivot. We are pivoting. We're gonna go, there is an RGB header up here. We're gonna use this RGB header up here. Which is right on the other side of this. All right, yep, so that's what we're gonna do. So, swing over this cable on the bottom. There we go. All right. We're going to slowly work our way up here with zip ties. Go 3, and then we go down so you guys can see what I'm doing. So, and now this fan needs to plug into that header. And that's our RGB over there. Do this. Right here. And then, yeah, we're going to leave that loose. It's just a little bit too tight for me to want to actually put a zip tie on and tighten it up anymore. Well, and now all of our RGB, which is actually a mess. So I'm going to come over here just below this first connector. And now, one of the other things I always will say about this is no one is ever going to see this except for you if you're doing a repair, or if you're showing off the fact that you actually did cable management to someone. But it's one of those things that you can take pride in and say, hey, you know what? I actually took the time. I did this. And now if you look at the back of my PC and you're looking for something, or you need to replace for something, or, you know, you're going to add something new, it's nice and neat and organized. You don't have to worry about untangling cables. Let's move that like that. And then we're going to put a zip tie right around that. And while some of this stuff might not look the most like I was organized by a machine, it'll at least look organized and like you actually put thought into it. And all of your cables will stay neat and organized. 1, 2, 3. And there's our cable management. Everything looks pretty good except for this one cable, which is kind of, you know, kind of an anomaly there. I should put one more zip tie on this. This is going to bother me if I don't. Right there. Beautiful. There's all of our cables, all in one place. We have a single channel for all of our cables. Now let's flip this guy over. We can sure everything is nice and ready back there. You know what? We're gonna do something that I don't normally do. We're gonna move some cables after the fact here. We're gonna go through here because I think I actually will have more length, and it'll look a little cleaner if I go through here. Down over there. Yeah, that does look a little cleaner. I'll show you what it looks like on the front. And then we can follow the same path over here. Yeah, that looks nicer. And then I can actually toss a zip tie on these two guys. So we're going to toss a zip tie, like literally, actually not even going to toss a zip tie. That's not going anywhere. Cool. Yeah, and all we did right there was make it so that instead of the cable coming up this way, it's coming directly across. And you know what? Let's do it all three. There's not gonna be anything down there. This cable is more than long enough to accomplish this. Pop that bad guy, this bad boy over here. And then we just need to pull a little bit more of this cable through. Sorry, you guys can't see that. And for 99% of people, this is a connector that will never ever be utilized. But now, no cables at the bottom. They all come straight over there. All right, moment of truth. Let's get it turned on, and we need to get Windows installed, which means I need this. Of our USB. We need to update the BIOS. And we got to get Windows installed, get all the drivers installed. And lastly, we have power. So, power on. In a 3, 2, 1. There we go. First power on. So our airflow pattern is we have airflow coming in here, and then it'll hit the glass to bring just cool air in, and then we have everything exhausting heading out the back. BIOS update. We'll do that first and we'll kind of walk you through that process. That is the wrong screen. And we have the ASRock. Give me the box. B650 MPG Lightning Wi-Fi. We'll grab our flash drive. So to update the BIOS, you just need a flash drive that is at least 4 gigabytes and is formatted in FAT32. BIOS. Global. We'll copy that floppy. Copy it over to the flash drive. And then on the back of the motherboard, there is a USB port that has a white square around it. You want to place it into that one. And then we're going to go over to Tool, Instant Flash, yes, Update, yes. So it looks like we're only a couple months out of date on this, which is nice. The computer should turn off, turn itself back on. When it turns back on, it'll load up into Instant Flash. And then you just need to make sure that it stays on the whole time. This is one of the slower parts of this, other than actually installing Windows and all the updates and everything. We will run, after we get all of the updates done, we'll run some quick benchmarks on it. Time Spy, Steel Nomad, just to see how these guys perform. And then we'll do Cinebench. And then lastly, we will do Burmark, just to see where we're at with everything.
Now we wait. Turns off again.
Okay, BIOS update done. A couple things that we're going to check. We are going to make sure that DRAM frequency should be right. I want the RAM to read at least the speed that it is. Everything should be set for auto. I want to make sure that resizable bar is on. Enabled. And this is to help with cooling. All right, let's install Windows. Next, install. And I need to grab my key. We're going to do home. Accept. Next. Custom. Unallocated space. Getting ready. United States. Bypass the Windows login requirement. Rebar is a technology built into a CPU that allows the CPU to divert some of its processing power to help with video processing. Yeah, so basically what it breaks down to is it allows the CPU to fully utilize all of the PCI memory that is available through the PCI bus from the video card at any given time versus little bits and pieces of it at a time.
Jake from State Farm. Almost there. Okay. Let's go ahead, get this shut down. We're going to move it across. We're going to start Windows updates on it. We'll get everything put back on it. And then when the Windows updates are done, we'll bring it back. And then we will run some quick benchmarks on it. In the meantime, let's get this all buttoned up. So overall, I guess let me go give an overall rating of this case. This case, surprisingly good. Would build in again for ease of access to everything. Say, you know, a solid 8 out of 10. There's a couple places where cable management spots are not so awesome. I wish there was a couple more cable tie downs in the back. Build quality, 7 out of 10. Like, it feels real chintzy, unfortunately. I'm gonna take that off on the inside. Packaging material, 5 out of 10. But honestly, for what you're paying for this, it's pretty good. All right, let's go do some Windows updates. And then we're gonna pack all this stuff up and then we can work on another computer. Slide to the right. Have you started using a new deck?
No.
Well, you beat it, right? So
No, because I had to go.
you did.
Other ones and it,
you got to 9. Once you get to 8, that's it.
but I didn't get the option of going out.
Yeah, you have to hit main menu. So when you get done with this, go ahead. Like, I'll show you.
I need to get back up to the 100,000.
You don't. Just when you end the run, just let me know. Here, I need you to get started on Windows updates on this. Do. Ooh, I didn't even realize this thing had 2.5 gig networking. 2.5, yeah, I think this is a decent little motherboard, honestly. All right, let me get the magnetic cover for the top. Yay, beautiful. All right, Windows updates, please. And drivers. All right, let's get all this stuff packed up. This SSD sure is taking a long freaking time to test. It's already 2 hours in and it's only a 1 terabyte SSD. All right. All right. Sorry, just dealing with one of my business clients having problems with their system. And by system, I mean their key card entry system. Which is aggravating. Seeing as that I never have a problem with it, but as soon as I'm not there, they start having a problem with it. Which is amazing. All right. What's going on, Oscar? Talk to Pam. What's up? So, yeah, when you push the bar all the way in, it's going to retract the teeth. If you let that bar go, if the teeth come out on the left-hand side, that means that when you turn the handle, it's actually not unlocking all the way. And that's a problem that Laura is aware of. That's why that door has stayed with the bar, with those teeth in basically all the time. So if someone, adjusted it with an Allen wrench, then it's not going to open. Right, which is probably why it's not opening anymore. So what kind of phone do you have? Does anyone there right now? Is Stella there? Okay, thank you. My cell phone number. Yep. Bye. Welcome back, Emily. 14600K with an all-in-one should be 100 degrees. Probably not. That seems pretty hot for, an i5 processor. Like, pretty hot. Alright, here's all the boxes for this. I just gotta make up an invoice. We'll get the updates done. We'll get that tossed in my car. And then that's it. Should be. And we'll move on to the next computer.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I don't really know what's going on with this door.
Okay, yeah. So open the door all the way.
Well, okay.
Okay, and then just take your hand off of that bar.
Uh-huh.
And then let me see the end of that's, yep, down a little bit. So yeah, that should, I'm wondering if that thing sticking out just a little bit is preventing it from opening, because in the system, I can see that the door is unlocking with your key cards.
Uh-huh.
So, do you have your key card right now?
Pam has hers.
Okay. So just go ahead and let it shut. See, the thing is, it's probably like it should unlock with her standing there. That's the problem. All right, so
Yeah.
just go ahead and tap. Yep, so I can see that. Yeah. And it opened fine.
Mm-hmm.
So, what was the problem that was happening?
So, when you have it like this... Wait, actually, hold on. I think it was locking. It wasn't doing that before.
Yes,
Yeah.
because there's a sensor on the inside that's detecting a human being standing there.
Okay, yeah. But when Barbara was over there earlier today, is it because she didn't have her card? Because it wasn't opening and she was on the inside.
Yeah, so you have a limited amount of time once the door detects you to get out the door. That's it. So if she walked up to the door and didn't walk out immediately, then the door relocks itself.
Okay.
So she needs to back away from the door and then reapproach the door, and then it'll let her out.
Gotcha.
That's what that sensor bar above the door does.
Maybe I think it's because it was censoring us. When we were messing with it, both on the inside.
Right now, this is unlocked, right?
Right, that is not locked.
Right. So we need to lock it and try to turn it.
No, do not do that.
What?
Because if you lock that, it is impossible to get in with that bar out because it needs to be adjusted by a locksmith.
So how are we going to lock the door up tonight?
When you leave, the magnet holds the door closed.
It's not going to sense anybody.
It's on the inside, unless there's a human being on the inside. No.
Close it. Let's take a look.
Well, you need to Pam needs to get away from the door, from the sensor. So it should be locked right now.
Okay, so try and pull it.
Yeah. And now it'll open.
Oh, okay. I needed a tutorial on my door. Sorry.
You're all good.
Now you know.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so that sensor, there's that white thing that's above the door is the thing that detects you. If it's red, it will not let you out.
Yeah,
so you just you back away from it, walk back up to it. If it turns green, you can walk out.
Okay.
All right?
All right. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Bye. Awesome.
Doesn't matter if we move that plate down here.
I have the key for it. I'm putting that together right now.
Okay. I can still do something.
Yeah, you need to start on the updates. Yes, you don't need Windows activated to do updates.
I know, but that's part of my steps.
I understand. Let me grab some water. I'll be right up there. Let me get some of these boxes out of the way. Gonna have to take this stuff out tonight. Let's see what these are. Pretty sure these are gonna be power cords. That's actually a computer, isn't it? Yeah, more than likely. I think this might be a full computer. We're just gonna have to run benchmark or like stress test on it to make sure it's all fine. I remember what I was doing now. I wonder, I think I'm gonna change the exit time on this. I wonder if I can change that controller. Event code, door. Held open time, 8 seconds. Custom computer build. Get that in a second. PC part picker. Rising. Rising, 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 rising. Ryzen 7 9600X, Ryzen 5, excuse me. Whatever this is like actually very heavy. Oh, it's got to be the power cords then. Of course they are, aren't they? Got to try and keep up. I have not. I haven't even heard of that. I've heard of Arma. All right, let's keep going through this and see what this is. And then we got to work on this laptop real quick. Power cords. All these power cords that I ordered. My DigiKey order. Tiny thing. And this will be fun. This will be a fun project for Monday. This is the MOSFET that died. What's going on here? They put a post office box in a post office box. Heck? That is a motherboard. Did not think I was waiting on a motherboard for anything. Ah, I am waiting for a motherboard. That's right. I keep saying this, but I got to take these boxes out today. A lot of boxes. One, two, three, 4 computers. I know I keep saying this, but I got to take these boxes out today. Hey, Mom. You think I should take the boxes out today?
No, I can go a little higher.
All right, cool. Got Mom's approval. I'm gonna take my garbage out. My garbage can's actually overflowing. Put it in a poll. You know what? You're right. Let's put up a poll. Master, you can make a poll. Ramrod, you can put a poll. Should I take the boxes out? Did you just notice that? Yeah, that's something that I'm in the process of dealing with. I have to make an actual list of these. And then basically let this company know what is decommissionable and which one I can actually save. I only have one computer that has a 9th gen or better. Those aren't cases, those are full-on computers. There's computers in them. Let's get this, set this outside my door. Yeah, I'm starting to Jones to do some printing. I haven't done any printing in like a week. Last thing I printed was that. Last thing I printed was that fake challenge coin. So out of all these, I got to pull out an SSD. What's up?
Is there any reason why this, when it's being up, it's so light?
What do you mean?
I've seen it darker, or I can read stuff better.
What,
All the wording and stuff. Is there something that can make it brighter?
No,
Darker?
that's normal. That looks perfectly normal.
Okay.
Yeah, there's nothing. That is the way it's supposed to look, Mom. You aren't, because if you look at your actual computer, it's exactly the same. The computer you're using to the left.
I understand.
Okay. Go ahead and activate Windows. There's the key.
Okay.
Thank you. No, you can do it right now. You don't have to stay on that page. I'm hungry. I should not be hungry, but I am hungry. Well, I'll be here tomorrow, but like I need to get through all these computers. There's a couple customs in there. There's one that's like an actual old server in there. Yeah, that was it. Go back. So go to home. Yep. And then activate now over on the right. On the right. What's the right?
This.
Okay, find it on the right.
Oh, over here.
That's the right. Then change. Your mouse is already on it.
Ah, okay. So I went up here.
Okay, yep, click change. And then just enter it. These actually look pretty good. These are the mini PCs I got for over at my largest clients. There is no Wi-Fi card in this, but there is Wi-Fi antennas, so I can put them inside. I'm probably just going to do that. I'm probably going to order a set of Wi-Fi antennas or Wi-Fi cards for these, so she cannot complain about the external. So that looks good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 USB ports on each of these. They didn't come with them. It is, believe it or not, on these guys here, because these are the Pentium Golds, they are optional, which sucks. What?
Cannot activate. This key was used on another device.
Okay, hit troubleshoot. All right, just leave it and let me know when updates are done and I'll work on it. No, don't. Just finish the Windows updates, okay? And I will take care of the rest. Beautiful. All right, Angeline, we need to bill Laura today. That's a motherboard. This. It is National Slurpee Day. Yeah, it's been a minute. 7100? Yeah. Too old. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I heard you. All right, go ahead and try it now. QuickBooks. All right, so customer brought this in complaining of it running slow. Just do a quick checkup on it. Sure everything is going okay. Hey, Mom? Yeah? Log into QuickBooks. Nice. I guess I'm taking out boxes. I already got your vote. You said wait. Yeah, that's infinite though. No. As far as I know.
The sign on the door. Knocks. I didn't think anybody was here. I knocks like, oh. Okay, what do we get?
It's all gonna be in Monday. I'm gonna get it over to you. Here, Yeah, Emily, that's cool. Hmm. Make sure there's nothing else going on here. I am forgetting about. And then June 18th. All right, cool. That should be it. So if you go into Monday, and under ECPA, if you scroll down, that
I have to put all these links into.
yes, please. I mean, just copy and paste it. What is oh boy? Yes. I don't know. What is that? It's a what?
8,200 billings ago.
Okay, that was an estimate. So just close it. Just close it.
That's what opens my want to create an invoice.
Okay, you're not save and close. That's what's screwing you up. Do not hit save and close. Yes, you just added that as an invoice. Scoot over. Don't ever hit save and close if it's like... You added next month?
No, they're popping up and I don't know why.
Were you gonna tell me?
I just delete them.
Yeah, that's not a solution. So, new invoice. You're probably hitting new invoice from estimate. I don't know. Why is this screen off? What are we waiting on?
Installing. Still installing.
All right.
That's where it came up. Available estimate.
Right.
I should cancel?
Cancel, yes. And then we'll delete the estimate out of there when we're done. All right, we're gonna look at this.
How many wall plates were
Doesn't matter. This is Chris. What's the name? Oh, all right. I'm testing the hard drive right now because I came in today and after having it been unplugged all day yesterday, and it just started up. So, yeah, I'm trying to identify it. It is not straightforward what's going on here. But like I said, it's starting up fine. So I'm trying to determine what part of it is. I'm thinking it might be this hard drive because I've been testing this hard drive for 3.5 hours and it should have taken like 45 minutes. So, yep. Yeah, so I will. Yeah, I'll have an answer for you here soon, hopefully. Yep. Right. And don't, like, you're gonna send that out on Monday, okay? Okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, didn't give me a dollar value for that last one.
Read through it.
Hours.
Yes, 43 hours.
At what rate?
It's on-site time. I think. What was the hourly rate?
$75.
That's fine, yeah. Yeah, that's it. What was the hourly rate? Well, like, what is the total? Like, the total on that? Is it 51.45?
Okay.
No. Just save it for now. Okay. I love how inconsistent my email is. Yeah, there's some adjustments I need to make. So it was the first one for the keystones should only be 100. Correct. Because I went through 3 boxes and there's 50. How did I use 150? Trying to make this like actually make sense. Give me a second. I'm trying to just do some math. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm just trying to do math in my head with anything. No, it should still be 100. So it should be 100. All right. That should be good then. So just save it and we'll send it out Monday, okay? You can call it new building prep invoice. Yes, that'll be it. We're going to work on these computers momentarily, everybody. I'm just having to draw some walls. Oh, just give it to me. Thank you. Thank you. I still got to figure out how to pay you this month.
I also want to figure out if I need to increase the amount.
I mean, the answer to that question is yes, but I'm not going to ask you to. Because you're my you're my mom, and I already feel bad about it as it is.
I don't know why you
Because you spent 18 years taking care of all of my finances. What's a few years of me taking care of yours?
okay.
Right? It's that. All right, that is in there. Now, how do I add my access points? Alarm. Wi-Fi devices. All right. CPA Dream Machine. Switch. There we go. Switch. Access point north. Yo, you guys, this thing is so cool. I will get there in it. Well, I'll get to that in just a second. This is Unify Site Manager. And this is basically, this allows me to see where Wi-Fi is going to go. Actually, this is right here. And basically, depending on where I'm positioning this, based on the walls that I just drew, how well the Wi-Fi is going to work. So based on this, as long as this access point is right there, everything down here is going to be fine. And you're going to have pretty good coverage just about everywhere because there's a computer sitting there. Yeah. That's pretty good. And then I can see, if I switch over to the Protect, I can see what these cameras can see based on the angles of where we install them. I have one more to install over here. This is pretty good. So this was, we were sitting back here that whole day. This is the Wi-Fi map. So I can see where all the coverage is.
What color's Wi-Fi?
All of them. So basically, this is the quality of the signal that you will have,
Oh, okay.
which is pretty good.
When do I change decks? Do I go to...
No, we'll do it now. I'll show you. So let me save this. This is Chris. Doing all right? I'm having a real hard time hearing you, man. Sounds like maybe I'm on your car audio. Oh yeah, way better. Okay. Okay. I need to take a look at it physically. Like if you want to bring it in and we can take a look at it at my counter and I can let you know, like I can point things out to you. That's going to be the best way, because without actually seeing the build, I can't say whether something is incorrect or plugged in incorrect. You know what I mean? So, and generally for that, as long as I'm not physically doing work on it, I don't charge anything. All right. Have a good one. Maybe. All right, so customer sit dates. Laptop is running slowly. Let's see here. Seems to be running pretty fine for me, despite the fact that it's running Windows 10. Okay, this isn't running snappy as it should be. Let's see if this thing has Optane in it. Hi, Barbara. You want to give this a shot real quick? What phone number were you faxing? Okay, did you do a test fax like I suggested? Okay. Because I don't want you to just shoot it off to the IRS. You have no idea if it's actually going to work. Yeah. I do not. I haven't had a fax machine in 20 years. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we're just gonna try it, and then you'll have to reach out to the IRS and see if it actually worked. All right, so let's go ahead and pull up the thing you were trying to fax. Because like I was explaining, I've never used this before, and this was I've been quiet this whole time. All right, so there's a stuck Windows update on this computer. It has been cycling, it's trying to accomplish it, and it is slowing this computer down greatly. So we're gonna go ahead and delete that, which allows the computer to retry the Windows update. And the gentleman that was just in here that I don't think you guys got to see, he took his computer down to a shop down in Sarasota to have them finish a build. And they charged him $800 to finish the build. Just like, wow. Just wow. Guess. All right. So clean up system files right away. Why do I feel like no one is here right now? I just need to change the color. There we go. Done. Oh, okay. Windows Update cleanup. 200 gigs. Nice. Now, if I look at the task manager, is the hard drive still running at 100%? And this comes into, this computer definitely needs a new SSD. We got to put an SSD instead of a regular old spinning rust drive. All right, so let me call her so she can come pick this up and use this. Because, yeah, this is still... this hard drive is starting to go. Hey, Terry, it's Chris over at the computer shop. Good. All right, I know what's wrong with the laptop, but it's something I have to replace a component inside of the laptop. But it's not something that I... No, before I do that, I'm gonna let you take it, and then when you get back, just bring it back into me, and then I can do it. That way you can use it. Yeah, it'll be fine. It's just gonna be as slow as it has been. That's all. Sure, but you can also use your cell phone. Okay. All right. Okay, not a problem. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Have a good one. So, this hard drive that we were checking, also too many bad sectors. Is it really the SSD that's preventing this thing from starting up? Really? That would be crazy to me. But I mean, it is definitely a possibility. Oh wow. There it is. Properties, tools. Let's do an air check on it. Holy crap. Is that literally it? That would be wild. No, it's a Western Digital. Look at that. It's air checking and it just jumped up to, oh, I'm going to take 30 minutes. But like, the question comes down to, would this? Yeah, that's got to be what it is. It's this SSD preventing this computer from starting up. Number 29, Angela, I need you to make a note. This is going to be for both of these, 17 and 29. I need to get a new SSD for that. Hopefully it'll be delivered in time. So, and you said this guy is done? Go ahead and go ahead and turn it off. I'm gonna move it to my desk.
You didn't tell me that. You said we were gonna finish it, so that's why.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish it on my desk. Thank you. All right, so I'm waiting on an SSD on that one.
I thought you ordered them.
I did? I'm waiting on them. Yes, and like
29, you said?
just 17, waiting on, just put them both on waiting on parts. No errors were found. There is no shot. There's no shot. That was too inconsistent. If I put this up here and this computer starts working again, the only thing that we do not have in that computer is that SSD. It's the only thing. I gotta activate this. How hard would this be to me? Would this be for me to do on all of these photos? The problem's gonna be. $17 is the all-in-one. Literally right next to the computer that I put down there. Uh-huh. Check device manager. There's still, I thought you installed all the drivers and everything. Okay, still got more to do.
Why did the optional updates in install drivers?
It doesn't, it very rarely gets all of them.
I'm sorry.
Okay, let's activate Windows first. Let's figure out what's going on with this. Change. Gotta activate by phone. Gotta love it. So annoying having to do that over the phone. All right, let's get drivers installed. Hey, is Keith available? All right, this is Chris over at Last 7 Studios. He asked me to work on something for him. Can you have him give me a call back when he gets a second? Okay, yeah, just have him give me a call because I want to go over what he asked me to take a look at here with him. All right. Thank you much. Yep. Bye. All right, so those drivers are now running. Thank you, Lee. Done this all day. Ooh, what'd you do? Did you take the puppy for a walk? Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I don't have to do any of the work, so this should be fine. Times 150, so $3,000. Yeah, 3,400. That's awesome. There you go. Definitely a good place to start. Here, reach out to this person. Huh. Done and done. And then we got to put on the absolutely most terrible piece of software for RGB management, which is ASRock's. I wonder if this will work. No, of course not. What is it? LED control? What's the name of that software? OpenRGB. Let's get that on there. Did I go to this person? Hmm. Interesting. I don't remember this person. All right, here we go. That's interesting. Guess we're just going to leave it here. And we'll let him, we will let them play around with that. Have I ever been to this address? Dude said it, like, apparently it was a customer. That's from many years ago. So, nothing, I don't even have contact information. What the heck is this? Out of here. All right, so we can get rid of that. Okay. That done. Did you send Julie the updated invoice for the Microsoft Office and stuff, like we had talked about? Let's live well. Let's figure out what we got next. I need to figure out what's inside this computer. Gilloware data recovery. Right? Yeah, I bet they do. This is Chris. Doing all right? Mm-hmm. I mean, I recommend every customer that needs data recovery, I usually send to you guys. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure. Like, I don't know. So this is what I'll say is when I give your information to a customer, I leave it up to them to reach out to you. So if they're not reaching out to you, then like more than likely it's just they're nope, definitely not. Yeah, I got your stuff. Gilward, I think I even called a few months ago to get more copies of the brochure because I ran out of them at one point, and I don't think I have any right now. Mhm. Well, no, I mean it might be. Like I said, I give your information to a customer, and like I said, I leave it up to them. And if in the end they end up not like reaching out to you, then that's like I always tell. I generally try and be as clear with them as possible, like along the lines of, hey, this is generally what your costs are going to be. If it is important enough, absolutely reach out to them. If it is not, then just accept that loss. But I have I only see maybe about 1 or 2 people a month that that would be in need of that. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. Yep. That's it. Right. Sure. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and it's Bradenton. Just make sure you're getting that whole thing. Yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, you're the only company that I know by name for data recovery, so. Mm-hmm. Sure. Absolutely, you too. Bye. How you doing, JFIXX? Figure out whose power cord this is. It's not that one. It's not that one. Not that. Are these an Acer? Asus? 90 watt Asus. Power cable. Boom. Found it. Gotta hate when stuff gets separated like that. All right. Thank you for subscribing. Much appreciated. What is on this hard drive? Why would this hard drive not be plugged in? Yep. Yep, it is. Definitely, definitely is. I keep doing that. Why do we keep going into diagnostic mode? Is this hard drive just dead? Definitely a possibility. It's showing up there. There's no NVMe on the motherboard. Exit. Are we not loading to Windows? Why are we not loading to the Windows? It's going right back into that diagnostic test, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay, well, let's figure this out. Windows 11. Let's see if it goes to my boot drive here. Now we get to figure out exactly what's going on here. See if there's a Windows installation there. Unallocated space. Beautiful. So we install Windows 11 and we can take this out and set it up. Did that not get sent? Apparently, the Windows was never actually installed on this drive is the problem. So now we install. The most exciting part of any technician's day, installing Windows. Yeah, generally I try and do that. Not having a script or anything, but just like trying to make it as smooth and uninterrupted as possible. Getting ready. Gosh, man. The only thing that I've like considered doing is actually setting up a Windows update cache just to speed this process up. Right. It allows this computer, the individual computer, to act as a, yes, as a cache. But again, all the computers I set up here on my network, the Ethernet port that this is going into and my Wi-Fi are both dedicated networks, so that if there's something on the computer that I don't want to deal with, or it has a virus, it doesn't have access to the remainder of my network. Yay, subnets. Nope, not gonna do it. Yeah, Emily, how about you? You doing okay? Feels like it's much later in the day than it actually is. I keep thinking it's after 5 o'clock. All right, let's see what version of Windows this is, because this should have been, the motherboard key should have been updated to Pro. Yep, Windows 11 Pro. Awesome. Let's get some updates rolling. And I can take this out to the business tonight, put it in place, and it's all ready to go without having to spend a dime, which is awesome. I know. It's so devastating for them, isn't it? Easy peasy. Easy pizza. I'm down with that. Go over some pizza tonight. Probably not going to happen. I'm dieting. Like I can still have a pizza and have it be somewhat healthy. That is a thing that can happen. We were talking about cauliflower crusts the other day on some of these. That is a thing. You keep calling it a vegan pizza, but it's not a vegan pizza. It's just the crust is made of cauliflower. There's still meat, cheese, the rest of the stuff on it. It just doesn't, you're not carb loading. How much? For what? There is no way. That is insane. Well, while that's happening, I'm working on this YouTube video that I'm trying to get up. Been trying to work on and get up. I'd like to have it up by next week. Charts. We love charts. And then I also have all of these computers to go through. Plus computers over there to do. Got computers everywhere. Yeah, I have 4 laptops. I have one where I need to look at replacing a USB-C. It's one that it's the same model I've worked on previously. I have one where I need to solder a MOSFET onto the motherboard. It is a fun, sometimes aggravating thing. Especially if the device you're repairing doesn't have any available schematics or anything that's publicly available for you to actually see and look at to see how things are supposed to be versus how they are. Oh, I don't need any right now. That was just a general statement. Cool. Yeah, that'd be nice to have. A couple of the other people that are in our Discord have some as well. And my thing is I'm always looking to grow. So as far as like my knowledge and what I have the capability of doing. Yeah, if you exclamation point. Well, the only kind of programming I do is for BIOS chips. I cannot spell. That's really it. Updates available. Installing. Good to go. YouTube fixers. The heck was that? Welcome in. Gotta love this. Just sitting there. Gotta love how slow some of this stuff runs. Just because it's just taking its time, Emily. You're just going slow. So slow. Then once this is done, we got other computers we can dive into. The Hammer? Yeah, we're gonna run some benchmarks on there. Because this is a different computer entirely. How's your day going today, Ram? Well, I hope. Hot and busy. Isn't that Little Caesar's like motto? Hot and bothered, or is it hot and ready? I always forget. Is it pizza? Hungry Howie's. Hot and ready. I see. Restart now. Restart now. Yeah, that's true. They do. Got me on that one. Have a good night, Emily. We'll see you tomorrow. Oh, what'd you do? Talk to me at it. Thank you, Em. What is T create? That's sketchy. I see. Team group. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Just not a fan. I've just had a lot of, yeah, that's the thing. Every single company that I always have problems with, other people say are great. It's just like personal, it's just like a personal thing. And team group, I've had more team group memory failure than just about any other brand. Unfortunately. What is that supposed to be, Ram? YMMV? What's going on? Ah, I've never seen that abbreviated like that. Cool. I own this business. I think G Skill would be an upgrade, personally. Yeah, I used to be a vendor for G Skill, and I never had a problem with them, even before that or after that. No, I'm not selling or offering anything, just web development services and computer repair services. But yeah, sure, it's Bradenton, it's, what is it? There you go. I don't think it's a website, I just think it's the BPCR. I don't think I've ever just linked that. All right, we're close to being done with these updates, and then we can run some benchmarks. Yep. There you go. Error encountered. There it goes. Yeah, I've had that happen like multiple times. Thankfully, no bricks, but it's like just out of nowhere. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, we're just with your Windows updates, you are getting a BIOS update. Good luck. Maybe. What the heck is this? Nope. Yes, it varies. Windows updates is what's going on. Um, it is done. All right, cool. Well, let's do a quick benchmark on that other computer. Yep. We'll drop this off today on my way home. This computer is for Jake from State Farm. What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm? Khakis? All right, I'll be right back. Okay, what do we got? Boxes are taken care of. All right, let's run some benchmarks. Let's see what we get. Welcome in, Dave. Ow. Yeah, that was a customer. All right, let's start with Cinebench. See what we get scores in Cinebench. Ow. All right, we know what the 3060 is generally going to do. See if we can just do the run all. Cinebench does not like when you stop a test as soon as it starts. At all. Yeah, this is the 3060, man. The $900 PC. With all new parts except for that. So it's just one of those. Gotta pick your poisons. That is an AMD on this one. Ryzen 5 9600X. See what we get on points. Hopefully it'll be nice and solid. I'm expecting this to be up above the M1, or at least near the M1. Which the M1 is right here. That would be nice. Yeah, we're climbing. We're up to 533 on that. All right, now I gotta hear myself talk, so. 29 with an average FPS of 93, which compared to the rest of these cards, not bad for an almost 5-year-old GPU. Now on to in-engine benchmarks. We used Cyberpunk, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Black Myth Wukong, and Red Dead Redemption 2. So in Cyberpunk 2077, we had ray tracing off. We got an average FPS of All the charts getting imported now. I'm curious. Let's look at hardware info. I'm curious what kind of temps we're pulling on this. Can't be that hard. This thing cannot be getting hit that hard. And even then, like, I don't... I think this cooler can handle it. $65. With an all-core load, we're only at 65. That is pretty freaking good. Hello. So in Cyberpunk 2077, we had ray tracing off. We got an average FPS of 82, which is a lot. How are you, Ace Console Repairs? One of my Twitch viewers is a fan of yours. It doesn't look like we got another 100 points to go to get close on this, which sucks. The average score in time was 79 compared to West cards. Not bad from a G. Cinebench is still good. What are you talking about? It's still an industry standard. And just overall, it's a good way to test. We got an average. All right, I'll take your word for it. We got an average FPS of 82, which is a lot closer to the newer, more powerful cards than I expected it to be. And it was surprising, but I expected it to be. And it was surprising, but it to be. And it was surprising, but what wasn't surprising, as soon as you turn frame gen on, cards than I expected it to be. It was surprising, but what wasn't surprising, as soon as you turn frame gen. Yeah, it's not going to get anywhere close. Sadly. As soon as you turn as soon as you turn this thing is so freaking quiet. Like it's actually surprising how quiet this thing is. I was expecting this to have at least a little bit of fan noise, but then again, there isn't a lot of fan ramping happening here. Still moving plenty of, yeah, it's the Peerless Assassin 120. Yeah, no, I mean, like, the fact that I can't hear it over that fan. Frame gen on, as well as. So this is the first time I've put together content like this. As soon as you turn frame. As you turn frame gen on, as well as ray tracing, the FPS drops all the way down to 52, which is, I mean, the 30 series was the first time these features were really offered, and frame gen wasn't even offered on the card. It was retroactively added in some games. So seeing these scores be that low, again, almost 5-year-old card, not super shocking. In Shadow of the Tomb Raider, retroactively added in some games. So seeing these scores be that low, again, 5-year-old card. Not super shocking. In the Tomb Raider, we got 4th, which is not last. We got an FPS average of 161, which I guess makes sense, seeing as this game was designed around this generation of card. And in Black Myth Wukong, so 714, we were about 80 points shy of what I was hoping for on that. Card. And in Black Myth Wukong with ray tracing off and no frame gen, we are shockingly, again, not sitting in dead last with an average of 79 FPS. In Black Myth, time to overclock. Yeah, I mean, I do believe that this specific CPU is actually a pretty good candidate for that. Do believe. And in Black Myth Wukong with ray tracing off and no frame gen, we are shockingly, again, not sitting in dead last with an average of 79 FPS, 79 FPS, with an average of 79 FPS, with an average of 79 FPS, 79 FPS, with an average of 79 FPS last, with an average of 79 FPS and lows of 61 FPS. But as soon as you turn frame gen and ray tracing on, we shoot up to 100. I think 1 FPS. 1 FPS. You still hanging out in here, Lee? End of the days. Everyone's off doing everything. What, you sent Lee on a quest to do what? Mr. Person who's supposed to be here but sneaks away and then sneaks back? And doesn't say anything? soon as you turn frame gen and ray tracing on, we shoot up to 100 FPS with lows of 85. To find the shrubbery. Hey, hush. And I thought, like, I knew you were taking her, but I didn't know when. Not sitting in... Not... Not sitting in dead last. With an average... Not sitting in dead... So how was the doctor's appointment? Not sitting in dead... Did you find the stick? With an average of 79 FPS and lows of 61 FPS. But as soon as you turn... But as soon as you turn frame... I see. I see. Well, maybe one day, right? So in single core, this thing is ripping. It's still not getting M1, but it's ripping. Stellar developments. I guess Tech is playing Rust. Gen and ray tracing on. We shoot ray tracing on. we shoot up to 100 FPS with lows of 85. I think that when Black Wukong was designed, they didn't expect. Was designed, they didn't expect people to be playing the game on that card. And the lack of those additional technologies shows up in this score. No, one more. They didn't expect people to be playing the game on that card. And the lack of those. I'm not always cool, Ramrod. Ooh, yes. I will schedule it with my wife, and we will do that. We will pick a game that multiple people have, even if it's Destiny 2, because we're no longer stress testing. If it's like, if it's Fallout, we'll figure something out. Should try and do that. I've been enjoying this this Dune game. It's literally no. She will never play a video game unless I put a gun to her head, and even then she'd probably say, "Just shoot me." So surprisingly, Dune Awakening is Fallout 76 in the desert. It's the same game, but you get planes and vehicles and stuff. I really think you would enjoy it. As stupid as that sounds. I guess it's not that stupid. Like, I'm enjoying the hell out of it. Like, it's giving me... Like, the only thing that's missing is the ambient music from the game. Like, so much. And the... And the lack of those additional technologies. Yes. The last time I was playing it was... Which is in just... there's some weird glitching going on. So I'm just thinking that because the card doesn't actively have it enabled, that... It definitely can, Mr. 5070. I'm playing on a 3090. Enabled, that it's just using the raw horsepower of the card and just rendering without any of that. It's It's just using the raw horsepower of the card and just rendering without any of those technologies actually turned on, even though we went and turned them on. Then finally, in Red Dead Redemption 2, dude, this chick Hammer has on today's episode of Affirm. Wait, what? Who's Hammer? $40 DoorDash? Jeez, that's a terrible idea. Though if it was Costco hot dogs, I understand. Context. I don't understand. Probably because I'm a loser. So how are you doing today, Chlor? I don't think I think the 3090 and 5070 are pretty equivalent as far as performance goes. Yeah. So it's about 10 to 12% faster than what I'm currently running. So it could handle it with ease. Red Dead Redemption 2, we are seeing finally in Red Dead Redemption 2, we are seeing finally in Red Dead Redemption 2. Dead Redemption. Why do you keep doing that? Dead Redemption 2, we are sitting at 72 FPS with lows at 40. With lows. Oh, yeah, wedding anniversary and whatever. If you were here, I would ban you from the channel. Just temporarily, though, because I can't afford to lose what few viewers I do have. Aw, thank you, Rye Guy. It's like you're like it just sounds like my wife until I start saying stupid things. like, you know, instead of allograft, I call it allogert. And like I say, I'm worried about the calendar because its days are numbered. 2 FPS with lows at 48 FPS, which is dead last. But the FPS lows are second. Is dead last. But the FPS is dead last. But the FPS lows are second, which again kind of doesn't make sense because we're talking about a card that is super old but is more stable across the board than some of these other cards which see like lows sometimes dipping. Let me say that again. Which is surprising than some of these other cards which again kind of doesn't make sense because we're talking about a card that is super old but is more stable across the board than some of these other cards which see like lows sometimes, which again kind of doesn't make sense because second. Let me say that again. Which is surprising, seeing as it is the closest. Which is surprising. Second. Which is surprising, seeing as it is the closest. Nope. Which is surprising. Or second. Which is surprising. I do not know, honestly. Sometimes we see other cards dipping lower than that, even though they're newer, more powerful cards with more technology that should prevent the frame drops from getting that low. It really does go to show that a lot of these older titles are optimized around having more memory rather than technologies. You're doing getting that low. It really does go to show that a lot of these older titles are optimized around having more memory rather than technologies. So if yeah, I might ask him when I get home because this is my a PC I built for my neighbor. I live next to Jake from State Farm. Low. It really does go to show that a lot of these older titles are the phone one having more memory rather than technologies. So if the main thing you're doing is playing older games, then this might be a good card. I'm excited to get home and set this up and play around with this to see how this is going to work. Why do you foresee it? Why is literally everything in your life negative? Like, can't you be hopeful for me once? Just want to, like, be, yeah, you know what, Chris? This time it'll go well. This is for my video editing. I've been looking at this for a minute, and we're going to give it a shot. It was on sale on Prime Day. Instead of being $200, it was like $160, $150, something like that. Yeah, it's kind of like a Stream Deck, but it also, so the thing that I'm more interested in is the knob with the buttons. Yeah, it wasn't one of the fake Amazon sales. Normally it's $200. Like it retails for $199, and it dropped enough that I was like, okay, that's actually not bad. But it does also have the little OLED screens and stuff on it. It really does go to show that a lot of these older titles are optimized around having more memory rather than technologies. So if the main thing you're doing is playing older games, it really does go to show that a lot of these older titles are optimized around having more memory rather than technologies. So if the main thing you're doing is playing older games, then this might be a good card. Well, if you're looking for something like that for your stream, the Stream Deck is cheaper, I do believe, than this. I take it back. I don't think it is. So it's back up to $189 now, but share, it won't let me share this. Hold on, I gotta do this the long way. Boop, boop, boop. There you go. Card for you. The next thing we're going to talk about in all of these tests is going to be AI image generation. I used if I had a bottle of 25 RIP, I would sell that thing in a heartbeat. Jeez. Yeah. 25-year-old Rip Van Winkle goes for about $1,000, but if you have one of the nice bottles, it's $45,000, which is wild. Yeah, I'll kind of give a review on it. So the next thing we're going to talk about with all these cards generation. I used So the next thing we're going to talk about with all these cards from getting that low. So the next, my guy, like I struggle spending $100. We are not, that bottle is probably never going to be opened, unfortunately. Next thing we're going to talk about with all these cards is AI image generation. I used Stability Matrix and ran a series of 10 batches of 6 images using the same prompt across the board for all of the cards. So using the same prompt across the board for all of the cards. All right, so that's, you know, that's surprising. 1080p benchmark. Let's see what we got. So we get the exact same idea of a response from everyone, and none of them were more complex than the other. They shouldn't be upside down, they should be laying down. So this card came third out of all the cards that we did testing with. We had to keep the cork moist. No. No. If you don't drink now, don't start. No point. Yeah, that's how you die? This thing rips. I mean, is it the fastest computer we've ever had in here? No. Is it good for 900 bucks? Yeah. For sure. It's definitely not fine. Yeah, but you aren't doing 90 shots a day, master. Card came third out of all. Huh? No one. That's what I said. We did testing with, and we'll get into a little bit of an explanation why when we get to some of these other cards, why some of the cards that might have had more memory. Yeah, I really appreciate you helping me put it together, Tech. Yeah, I do think it's a solid build for sure. Oh, this is awfully late. So much fun. Came third out of all the cards that we did testing with, and we'll get into a little bit of an explanation why when we get to some of these other cards, why some of the cards that might have had more memory performed worse even though they were newer. With this test specifically, I don't think I have Splinter Cell installed currently, and if I stream tonight, I'd very much like to finish working on this video. Yeah, I guess I did buy it, but I just don't have it installed. So with this test specifically, cards that might have had more memory performed worse even though they were newer. With this test specifically, even though they were newer. So with this test specifically, lower is better on time and higher is better on iterations per second. So this card took a total time better. So this card took a total time, oh, they were newer. So with this test specific, lower is better on time and higher is better on so with this test specifically, lower is better on time and higher, I don't know, I'm supposed to do stuff with my wife per second. So this card took a total time of, well, it's not, this isn't really like for you to listen to, it's more for me to listen to while I'm doing edits, unless you want to hear me say the same words again and again and again and again because I'm messing up. Yeah, no, you're good. Just because, like, I don't want to like inundate you guys with just me saying the same thing again and again and again. Better on time and higher is better on iterations per second. So this card took a total time of 269 seconds to render those 60 images, and I have an hour. I didn't think I talked in this video for an hour straight, but apparently I did. Of 260. I understand why this keeps happening. So total time. What's a lot of money? And never seen any of those. No, like what laptop do you have that has 8,000 megahertz memory? That sounds extremely expensive. I don't know if they're using 8,000 megahertz RAM. I think that's up to. Which memory did you get? Unless it's directly soldered onto the board. Is it all the way over there? Yeah. Like honestly, I knew what you meant. Honestly, it has to be integrated into the board. If that's what the memory that you actually have on there, because that's crazy. And And yeah, I've never actually messed around with DDR-X. Yeah, they're always going to be soldered on if it's that kind of speeds. Of 260. What is going on here? '60 images. All right, guys, I gotta call it a night. That is the sound of time to go home. So, everyone have a good night. I'll talk to you later. Thank you all for hanging out. We will see you either later tonight or in the morning. Thanks, guys. Peace.